A storm line, beautifully done. That's commandment. This is an important one. He tries to get the Elan, but no, not in time. And all of a sudden now it's up to Miro here.
Miro doing a good job of making sure he's running with that med miss, catching up, getting into the zone, into a top 6 now. As he continues running through, we have a couple of solos running around. We're trying to find a little bit of room. We'll get in the spray battle with Stretch on the opposite side, and he ends up winning it. Does have plenty of shields, but only enough med miss to offset a little bit. He is running very far back in the zone. I don't know if there's another med miss back there, or he's just accepting the fact that he doesn't want to give Elan points over. Not seeing his name in the feed as we have a 2v2v1, and yeah, it looks like he was able to find something else, another med miss, but instead gets greeted by a shotgun on his way back to zone. That's Threats picking him up. Users gets the other solo, so that's +8 for them. And now we got a 2v2 here, Monster. Game number 8.
And these huge eliminations are big for Users and Threats. It's going to keep them jumping up the standings right now as they make their way into the top 15. A victory royale will be great here, but it's going to be a hard uphill battle as Polarized is definitely comfortable up top right now, but it's what builds. Users finding the angles here. No mats for them. They didn't actually get to farm that tree there. Instead, they allow the high ground team to go ahead and get it. For Nico, Polarized, they come down. They take advantage of everything there, and they take the win here in the end. Nico and Polarized with a non-elimination victory royale is big. It keeps them at least jumping their way on up.
Yeah, that'll help getting 9. I think the one at the end there with 10 going through plus the VR, a 62-point game. Like you said, anything can end up happening, but also a really good run for Booger and Miro to take advantage of the fact that so many of the other top teams had ended up dropping and going through. And no, it looks like you were right. That was 3 going through, so the 9 victory royale, or 9 Elan victory royale for Elite Nico and Polarized. And I mean, we're getting close here, Monster.
It's starting to get close. The games are starting to run thin as well as they're reaching the back half. But man, oh man, your Jamper falling just in the mid game there alongside Dukes due to Storm Surge. Once again, we're seeing that recurring issue start to pop up here.
Yeah, you got to kind of address those game plans because we only have 4 matches left. But to break it down, we're going to kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SPG, take it away.
Nico and Polarized there with the victory royale, and you know what? It's crazy. Going into that game, I think they were in like what 42nd position.
Yeah.
They got 9 eliminations, I think, that last game, which was so much more than all 6 games combined. Yes, I think that like maybe 6 in total, which is an unbelievable start. Not to mention, Threats and Users as well there, Vivid, which who propelling themselves off the leaderboard because even they were kind of at the back of the pack.
Yeah, and a lot to like fight for. We talk a lot about who's going to win this FNCS, right? But all of these guys that didn't necessarily have a great day one can still fight for a lot of those placements up towards the top of that prize pool. So it's really all still to play for. But Nico and Polarized making a statement here saying, hey, listen, yeah, we didn't have that good of a day number 1. We were 42nd, but we're going to go ahead and get this victory round now and boost ourselves all the way up this leaderboard to give ourselves a contention at that top 10.
Such a good turnaround too, because when you're able to have big wins like that, that's a mental motivator. You now believe that you can do this, and that victory royale should easily put them, one good game outside of a top 10. If they're able to repeat something like that, that is a massive swing from where they were at the other day.
Yeah, I love the over till it's over kind of mentality here as well. Like no one is quitting till this is what it's all about. Day 2 of finals, you have to keep going to the bitter end now. Everything shuffled up again. Obviously earlier on as well there, Vivid, we saw that crazy kind of rotate as well for Miro and Booga. We saw in the car managing to go through Clicks and Days builds to the other side of the map. I mean, this goes to show how much these guys, while they're top of the leaderboard right now, they're able in any different situation to keep themselves in the game, keep rotating, keep making points, getting eliminations, and staying fast. One goes down, they make sure, Miro made sure there to get at least into like the top 6. That's why they're there. They're continuously scoring points.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about this duo right now is that we're seeing them a lot as a duo actually making it into the end game right here. And usually, yeah, one of them end up being alive for a couple more placement points, but the idea here is that both of them are actually staying alive longer and they're not actually having to resort to a majority of their points today coming from those solo clutches. So far they are playing it very, very well. And as you mentioned, it's really showing their flexibility with like things like the car rotate and Sundown highlighting that dink, dink, dink. Earlier we saw with the MK7 from range where typically we would just be like, oh, they didn't hit their shots, but no, Booga hits those shots.
Yeah, they're hitting their stride too, and it wasn't just a one-day thing. Back-to-back top 5s from this team. They're looking so good. Adam, I'm sure they've just padded their lead even more after that game.
Yeah, we'll take a look now, actually. Here is the standings after that game. And let's see how things look after game 8. Game 2 here on day 2. Mira and Bugha remain at the top there as well. And great points made by the fellas as well. Make sure to have a look there at the Storm Surge, because without any eliminations, still Bugha and Mira were always above quite substantially as well. That's where they're getting those constant tags in the distance. We can see there they're 256 points. They're still about 30 points in the lead here, 33 points or so, Vivid. But still, you can see in second and third joint, Spade and Chimp, Jamper and Dukes on 2-2-3.
Yeah, and it's crazy right now. The biggest difference being Mira and Bugha's consistency, 157 placement points. They do have the best average placement right now out of anybody in the lobby, and it is showing on this leaderboard. And Kanata and Acorn holding down that 4th place spot that they earned last game after getting that victory out. And I was cheering on Commandment and Scented as they find themselves in 6th place now, because they just picked up a 3rd place finish right there. And Stretch was picking up a lot of elims in the elimination feed.
We're seeing quite a few risers up this leaderboard. I mean, D-Roller and Trashy, I don't think we've seen them on the top 10 at all. Now suddenly they're in 7th place, making their way up. Same with Smite and Larson, Pamstu Fats, they're all making their way up the leaderboard. And it's one day that you did whatever you had to do on that first day. Today is completely different. Besides Miro, Bugha, Spade, and Chimp, these guys seem to be one of the few that are playing consistently both days.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about kind of, you know, how you come about day 2 and the kind of a general attitude approach to it. And if the direction is up, like you mentioned, like Pamster and Thatch there as well, who were in 16th, 2 games later, they're now in 9th position. I mean, Vivid, teams can do this so much in this competition. That's why they have to remain level-headed to the bitter end, because anything is possible when you've got 4 games left to play.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see the changes, right? We haven't really seen any like solid high ground shadows yet. It seems like somebody's kind of just finding their way up there. You know, we haven't seen Clicks and Day all too much today. We haven't seen their strategy come into play just yet. So maybe teams have to, you know, be wary of that happening. But everybody just got to keep playing solid, keep Stormchers in the back of their minds, and continue to play for that end game.
Yes,
Buffalo's
I was going to say, sorry, SBG, we're literally, the battle bus is about to beep any second, buddy. I got to jump back into the action under the sundown and end up waiting for it. Game 3 is coming your way on day 2. Let's head over to the casters. Let's do this thing.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 2 games down on day number 2. We got 4 to go as we close in on that halfway point. And right now, Bugha and Mira, they're opening that lead up just a little bit more, Monster.
Yeah, we knew it, and I talked about Jennifer and Dukes. They had a 1-game buffer, and look at that. The standings getting that much more closer. And what's really interesting is how many new teams are starting to break into that contest for the number 1 seeded spot. So Miro and Bugha, if they continue to play even just relatively consistent, they should be able to edge this one out. And another big finals could be in front of them. A major secured, but again, it's still an uphill battle. The competition is not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over. Like we said, we got 4 games to go. This is game number 3 on the day, coming through game number 9 overall, but enough from us. Let's hop on in. There was the beep beep.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you're tuning in, this is game number 9. The battle bus is setting off once again here as players have fought in, day out. This is the day 2. So the restarts have happened. We've seen new strategies come into play. We've seen teams that were playing very well yesterday meet new struggles today, and that's what you expect here in the FNCS final stage, as professional players will always switch things up. They will adjust, unless you're, of course, landing at Greasy Grove, where Sprite and Nownsy up against Rise and Agers have not changed anything at all. They've just gone head-to-head, vehicle versus brick wall. That's the story of Greasy Grove.
Honestly, it's just like 2 billy goats or rams just continually butting heads against each other and seeing who has the better drop and seeing how they play it. But it's a really good example of what 2v2 teamwork looks like and how you prioritize what weapons are where. We'll see how they're able to do this. And it looks like they're mainly contesting drop right off the bat. Rise ends up with the quicker weapon. They will end up picking up the Ranger. Agers does get the uncommon pistol and is immediately going to try and cover and hit the 2 coolers. Unfortunately, only pulls chug splashes from one of them, and will try to group up with Nounsy, but not doing, or try and group up with Raz and get those down. But the pressure being applied from Sprite on the opposite side. And Agers, honestly, just playing the support role, saying, you do the damage, I'll put down as many chunks as I can. Able to win them one in the trade, but the auto shotgun on the other side, we've talked about just how strong it can be early, and Sprite puts it to work with not one, but two.
What is that, 3 games in a row now? We've watched Sprite and Nounsy win the drop here consistently. And just like that, they go from a top 5 down to falling out of 10.
Yeah, that one's tough there. I think that puts the score, where are we at overall? I think we're 6-4 maybe now, so closing in on it here. Nope, because that would be 10 times. This is game number 9. I think we're 5-4 going through there. Maybe we'll need to go back, double check, get the final count. So we'll swing on over and see what's going on here at Covert Cavern.
It's looking pretty interesting right now. This team's just beginning to set up and settle down. Muzz and Avery are one of the few teams that are contesting this drop here. There is the split. Nosh and Paper there as well. On the other side, though, Duke and Jamper. What can they do to go ahead and adjust their gameplay, combat the fact that they're not finding the surge tags, their strategy? They have been spoiled, essentially, as no one's really been revealing themselves to those mountain fronts. They also love to claim nice and early there and look for the tags. Even with the adjustment last game, picking up the Ranger, bringing that to the mountain fronts wasn't enough to get them in the clear.
Storm Surge has largely been the first contributing factor, and it's no surprise, particularly when you keep an eye on the top left, minus a few very consistent drop fights we've been having. There hasn't been a ton of those mid-game actions. Teams have been able to kind of just sit back and wait and see what's going on. So we do have one of those fights occurring just outside of Tilted right now, as we can see Jock and Illis trying to put some shots on, trying to put some pressure, but Illis is actually going to take a bunch of excess damage. He didn't really need to there, unfortunately. Some really good shots. Whoever was on the opposite side to pick that one out and take advantage. And Visual's going to keep pressuring here, not giving them a moment to really put on those minis and get together. So good pressure here from Visuals and TK, trying to get in there. Good angle through the window, not exposing himself, using that right-hand peek, but you can see Monster, they finally been able to get hip to hip.
Yeah, I was going to say that team with the distance, actually Acorn and Kanata. They have a contested tilted towers, but it seems like the real fight's down here. And they're just kind of idle on the other side, looting up all the big loot that is available. If there are tons and plenty of chests here, that tilted tower is one of the better overall opportunities to find yourself a launch pad because of all the floor loots. Look at this, Miro and Booga are current game leaders here, point leaders. 256. What a day it has been for this duo right here. Now look at this strat here, trying to see if they can find any coastal rotators besides using the loot. And you notice they leave the vehicles behind and try to keep a low profile. Little do they know it's completely clear down here. Look at all the floor loot. So this could have been Shadow and OMG's general drop spot. Remember last we saw OMG was a part of this split here, but it seems like they mixed it up. They weren't happy that Shadow got picked off last game, so might be seeing some early game adjustment.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of space, but we talked about trying to find a little bit of space, and Jamper's not going to do that. He gets taken down and just flown on instantly. Now, Duke's trying to create a little bit of distance, but unfortunately, no excess movement utility from him, so instead, just burning, and I mean burning through his hard materials, trying to find an opportunity to turn. We'll get the opportunity. A good job to get some shield tags down, but Pacifico and 20, we're having none of that.
Can't believe we just watched our second place team officially eliminated before they can earn any points coming into game number 9. Look at the opener. They had the builds. They were on the natural cover there, and Jamper didn't see it coming. They were focused off in the distance there. And just like that, second place is down and out. Reciprocal and 20 take down 2 of our biggest point contenders for number 1 spot now. So a little bit less for Booga and Miro to worry about here. Booga and Miro effectively have got themselves one step closer to potentially being our FNCS champions.
Yeah, they get more room, but don't forget that second place spot was more or less occupied by 2 teams who are both sitting there at 223. So both Jamper and Dukes have been taken out. Spade and Chimp still got a little bit of room to operate, but right now we see Violet Knifer opting to actually move into the Cavern, giving a little bit of a different look. We've seen him in here a couple of times, so right now maybe overcommitting a little bit to that position, a allowing the team to end up getting on their back there. But they do also have 2 additional eliminations here, Monster, so don't necessarily have to press too hard for Surge, depending on how efficiently they're able to pick up those elims. But we have another fight going on, like just around the corner from there. You see Paper just got knocked.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Mind you, remember, that is Muzz and Avery who were here. Redux instead, though, is the one that's in the battle right now against Nosh and Paper, and it seems like that knock is full. And yes, Savage is still up as well. So you have a 2-man battle there. On the other side of the wall, though, you see Cease not too far off, just outside the mountain. He's also hearing the fight going on here. So a lot of action, but Knifer and Byla, curious cats here. They start to sneak on in, getting a little close.
Yeah, you know what they say about curiosity and cats, but the satisfaction could end up bringing him back, and the satisfaction in this case will come in the form of elimination, storm surge damage, and hopefully being able to take advantage of the fact that one of these teams might be looting up afterward, and this is the chance right now. They should see that that was a full confirm. They should know that Redux and Savage are sitting just on the other side here, but they don't want to press through. They're hoping that Redux just real quickly, when you double edit open just kind of like a ceiling cone, generally it's pretty instinctual to do one then the other, just in the same motion. Players don't generally peek through that cone right off the start, but Redux and Savage, they say, hey, something smells a little fishy around here, and I don't think it's the floppers in that pool.
Yeah, look, Byla and Knifer continue to sneak their way on in, getting closer and closer, but danger is rising. As you're noticing, these are all enemy builds. These are probably Redux and Savages here, so have to be extremely cautious. This is a left camera peek. Ooh. He might have saw, but no, just a precautious build there from Redux. They just knew better than to leave that one open. Opportunity opens up there, and great tags for Byla. Very, very much worth it for them, as the storm is so close. Have a lot here. They're probably hoping to find some extra minis and extra heals to go. On the other side, Acorn and Kanata jump into the fight here at Tilted. Seems like they've gone through their fair exchanges, as Kanata has no more shield left, and things are running pretty low here for Acorn.
Yeah, and they have to be careful. There's a whole bunch of triangles in that bottom right-hand corner of the map there, so a bunch of duos still lurking around in the area. You can see he's trying to get a priority position up on the high part, and honestly pretty far split from his duo. You can see there how he's just posting up, trying to catch people who are rotating in from that eastern side. Check the bottom right-hand corner. We're getting a northeast zone, Monster. Not all the way to the northeast part, a little central there, but Bugle still in play. Plenty of sleepy sound in there, so things are going to get a little interesting. We haven't played a ton in this space here in NA East.
Just wanted to say, shout out to that stat right there. Kanata is the first player to ever have a victory Royale in every single FNCS for the last 4 years. Wow. Oh, wow. The big stat right there. Constantly making his appearances. Or whatever he does, make his appearance. It's guaranteed a little win. Not bad at all.
Yeah, he just wins. He's always won games, right? That's just always been the thing. He has that kind of in his back pocket, right?
Not to mention, one of the more angry shotgun shots out there. The man puts them down. He's got the flicks. Very flashy type player.
Who has happy shotgun shots, Monster? What are those? Are those like me when I'm shooting a shotgun at you? Or they just hitting with pillows?
We've all been there. Little pillow fights with the shotguns, you know that.
Yeah, the old tax shotgun. All right, guys. Yeah, calling out my damage numbers. That was a 12 and another 12. Yeah, he's got an 18. That one was pretty good.
He's got a pillowcase full of bricks. He's not swinging no feathers around. That's a fact. Chip and Spade, though, looking nice. Second place, high ground hold here outside the Bugle.
That's a really nice position, particularly for this zone, because anybody who's on that eastern side, you have a sight line on them, right? There's a ton of open space around there, not a bunch of trees to break it up, and not a bunch of change in verticality. So if you're able to pick up one of those MK7s with that red dot sight when you aim down sights, I mean, these players, we've seen them, they just let it rip. You have no problem picking up a couple tags and saying, hey, that's good enough for us, because, again, as you've noticed, minus the initial drops and a couple ambushes here or there, we're chilling. And right as I say that, immediately Jackson takes down Acorn. So that was the split we were talking about, how him and Canada were nowhere near each other, and unfortunately he's going to get taken down immediately.
Yeah, he got caught inside Tilted Towers. What we saw there was he had low brick. He was probably caught trying to farm those garages just outside a big main building. And I thought we were going to see that happen. I didn't want to call it out, but seems like it was pretty obvious that one of them were going to get chipped off. And look, Kanata tries to slide on out. They actually changed location here, and now it's a 2v1. They recognize it's time to push here. They're below the surge, so a fight had to happen. It's not looking good for our third place team. Second place is already out. Third has the opportunity here to be sniped out, and there it is. Down they go to the hands of Owl and Cracked. Once again, this is the second time Owl and Cracked have claimed a big team.
Just right now, looks like they've claimed bounties on the top of the ladder, and they're going through and picking up that extra gold, saying, I got you, Mr. NPC, no worries. Just swing on over. Creo and Vert looking for a little space. Currently 105 above, largely thanks to the Elim that Vert was able to pick up. Pretty decent loadout too. Rockin' the rare MK7 as well as the rare Stinger SMG. Looks like they might try and sneak up right next to this base, and instead, no, just going to box up with some brick next to it. Say, howdy neighbors, you got a nice sight line. Mind if we share it?
Sure, indeed. They're just going to have to right now, as Surge is definitely active. Players are looking and active everywhere. OMG, me too, and Shadow under focus right now. Another big fire here from all angles. Out comes the big plays here. The armored walls come down. Lucky for them, it's going to buy them a little bit of time, but their team's still looking in. You have to switch it up right now. It's Joji and Rokane, Illest on the other side of the wall as well, shooting inwards. And look at that, all heavy material now depleted from the inventories here. Up they finally go to do the layer change. More metal being invested here by Shadow. Seems like a desperate play right now, though, as the other teams are picking up on it. Finally, the counterfire comes in, but OMG Me Too picked up there.
It's going to get taken down. Unfortunately, that's Chubbs picking up, and that's what happens when you're the last one of the party. You knock on the door, and they say, everyone left hours ago. What are you doing? And they just kick you on out. Fortunately, Shadow for him was able to sneak right on in. The back door was still unlocked, and he's trying to see maybe a couple of points there might be left on the table, but looks like he's not going to be able to find anyone. Really good layer change down to the absolute low, but with only one build left, you can think he's not long here, and that's Rokane finding him before he's able to get that swing off. So good job from Rokane. Make sure to resolve that quickly. Colt taking down Fashy Fishy as well. In the feed there, you can see Crack and Jack also able to pick up an Elim. This Playify continuing to just rain shots from the side. We still see players dropping. This is all on that Storm Surge and Playify and Oliver OG. 32 below Monster.
One of the more important teams catching Elims in the feed, though. Byla and Smite, teams that are up inside the top 5, top 10 spot right there. Playify and Oliver OG, who were up, doing very well yesterday for a little bit. Seems like things started to slow down for them as well. Suffering the same fate as Yamzo and Degen on the day right now. It's not looking too hot. Way below the surge, 1 HP. And the tick comes in, and down goes the teammate there. Ooh. Ouch. But he's above. But ouch.
Yeah, ouch, that will hurt, but it just shows that Ranger, if you're able to hit those headshots, I mean, the 45 headshots before the damage drop-off ends up coming through, those add up very quickly, and we saw Fatch end up going down, but now Pam Style is going to be the solo who gets to flipped over to him. He does have that legendary Ranger, also has the supply drop, so he's going to be able to get some form of excess shields to get him up for a little bit, and players end up going down. So Pam Style will get a chance to try and make an individual effort, so we get replays of all the action that went down while Storm Surge was popping off.
Yeah, big fights right here. See, threats catch one right there. Avery on the other side below the Surge too. He gets taken out. Lightning bolts coming up from the top there. Can't avoid them, can't dodge them. If you get hit by them, you're taking out immediately from the game if you are eliminated. It's an elimination blow. For Booga and Mero, it seems like they were A-okay from the Surge here. Do have a bit less mats than we've seen them with in the past. Just shows how other teams were probably desperate, looking for tags here in the process. Cost them a little bit, but they're up, they're alive.
And they should be inside the 4th zone, depending on where it pulls. They're not completely central, so if it pulls relatively north, they could end up in a poor position. But speaking of in a poor position right now, Knifer and Byla boxed up right next to solo Pam Style, but they're the ones who's taking all of the fire and all of the heat, and not a ton of extra shields. Knifer trying to defend from multiple different angles, doing a good job making sure he covers the ramp with his head, and then getting hip to hip with Byla, so they're able to kind of, you know, watch each other's backs. Get a little bit of back-to-back. There's Moose going to ramp above here. Rhythm and Milk coming in a little bit late, but Bucky and Cam, they're chilling right up top. They got the high ground right over the bugle, and fourth zone revealed, and we are right smack dab in the middle. So, Monster, these players are all praying that that half in and half out doesn't pull towards the southeast, back and forth over the bugle, because that could be rough. But what they're going to do right now is everyone's going to pack in right along the outside, and you're probably going to see majority of it happen along the southern part of the zone.
I'm more curious to see if Boogie and Miro end up leaving a little early to go ahead and get to the zone. They are just outside there. They're going to have prime opportunity to target these other players that are going to have to move directly into their path. There's no way that teams are going to go up and over into the main city at this point. If you're positioned on the side, that's just how it's going to play out. Pam still rocking by himself here. Take a look at what just went down there. Sniper shot from downrange. Beautiful job there. And look at the follow-up with the heavy Ranger from a distance. He probably didn't get the full finish because the pickup's going to come through, but just showing you what happens when you get the big firepower in hand.
And honestly, it's one of the strengths too when you're carrying a weapon that the players aren't necessarily used to. Like everyone, because there's no one-shot elimination or one-shot down coming through those headshot snipes this season, players are a little bit more blasé when it comes to opening up peaks and taking things you normally wouldn't, right? Like if Thomas HD is standing on the other side for the heavy sniper, you're not leaving your wall open or edited, or honestly, you're not leaving just one wall between you. With that being said, a couple teams, hey, they're leaving these peanut butter, the triangle edits, whatever you want to call them, they'll leave it open all the time. And Bamstown might have been able to secure himself a through and a pass through the second storm surge by hitting that headshot on the follow-up. Now let's take a look and we'll see. And immediately, Monster, left-hand side, our current leaders were below, and then it averages back up above. So unsure if they're able to get some tags there, but just being above it, Creo will take down Pamstow. So despite the nice little tag there, not going to have to worry about Storm Surge because he's worrying about next game instead.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty solid right now. Knifer and Bila, though, hats off to them. 4 eliminations already, 2 of which we saw in that early game pickup, but it seems like they're continuing to find success here leading into the end game. And right now, this is that pocket of players we expected to see begin to collapse on top of one another. And I'm actually surprised to see that Clix and Day end up here alongside Miro and Crew 2. They didn't move at all. They actually decided to stay right where they were planted. And this is forcing all these players to come into their spacing here. You can see that Teo and Pledge on the bottom right now are on the hunt here, looking to push through players. 277 below. They have to take this fight. They're going to need much more than just a knock and a finish, much more than just that shotgun shot right there. That's only going to reward them with points and a little bit of tag. They're going to need a little bit more if they want to stay alive right now.
Yeah, but the refresh, getting the shields there could end up being enough. And it looks like they're actually trying to bait Joji and Rokane running through. Opens up with the shot. Not going to find necessarily as much as he wants, but they're going to go forward. However, Pledge takes a ton of damage. They are going to get the Siphon, and that's a very importantly timed Siphon. It's going to put them just barely above, and it kept Pledge from being instantly eliminated by that Storm Surge coming through. Teo now trying to clean up all over G on the backside, but instead just going to about face, knowing he has the priority position. Everyone has to rotate through there. They heard the surge damage coming out, and they're going to be able to get that final tag. Really well played from Teo and Pledge. So we're going to swing on over to Stretch and Commodon.
And they went from 0 elims on up to 4. That is how you earn some points in the end game, guys, right there to set yourself up for Commandment and Stretch. They are just wishing they could have had the same amount of success here, as they could definitely use the points to drape their way into that top 3. Out come the Armored Wall from the pressure coming in from Commandment and Stretch here. It's going to be perfect. Notice now that team can't make an edit. Stretch wastes no time to run across there. Noticing that he's got the clear right away. For Miro and Booga here, already at 2 elims now. So very much worth it for them to go ahead and stick behind inside what was going to be that super congested pocket there. And so far, so good for the Vets here, earning themselves much more points, much more space between the rest of the competition.
Yeah, one more duo going down will get them into the cascading placement points. There it is, as Cam ends up picking up Crunchy. So now, +1 point. Each duo that drops is an additional +1 point. The big deal here is, if Booga and Mira are able to get into a top 5 for the next 3 games, they don't care about pushing the pace. All they care about is just staying up in the end game and eking out placement points. They could effectively win the FNCS right here with a solid performance because it puts them just that much farther ahead. Yes, it's not statistically out of the question, but with how well they've been playing, they might have been able to do enough because they're still getting elims, they're still getting placement points. Nobody is having the consistency as them so far, but right now the team who has the ability to challenge, Champion Spade, trying to get going, trying to get something moving, trying to find elims, trying to find fights here on the mid-ground Monster. They know placement points aren't enough.
Yeah, definitely. They want that #1 spot, and they're willing to fight for it. You're watching it come into play right now. They know this team edited their way on down. It's a metal wall separating them, and this is an aggressive fight right here. Here comes a pre-edit, I believe. Yes, the Space trying to hold that wall, but no. That team
They're gone.
dips on now. Web slingers their way across the map there. And now Chip is looking for another one. Next target, next victim in play. No code comes through. There's a pre-edited floor there too, so just trapped and dropped. These pre-edits coming out in the end game are just devastating to opponents that don't see it coming. Chip all of a sudden now is up and comfortable here with the refresher they were looking for the maps. Finds the launch pad as well. So good for them right now. Stretching Commandment though, fighting for high ground. They're just building their way on up. Granted it for free. And now fully connected to one another here. He's missing no opportunity to go all the way up.
Keeping an eye on the left side of the screen, we see Degen getting knocked on the backside of the zone. That's where most of the action is right now. This yellow God rays from the top indicate Boogie and Miro. They're still operating on the mid-tarp. We actually see them get a knock in the feed. Commandant, some great shots on the backside of the zone. He's going to pick up their first elim, and that was important because they were below surge. Every bit of damage adds up, and that's going to get them just barely above as we peek in. Spade and Chimp, no problem on them being above. They're 506 above as they find a nice little refresh, and their second elimination for another round of points going to drop down. That was polarized.
Oh my gosh, Chimp.
The winner right there. And Chimp just blows up somebody. I didn't even see who that was real quick. They just disappeared. And Miro goes down. Peterbot picks up Miro, so keeping an eye, looking for that yellow ray. The yellow ray is Booga. If he's able to go out and still get the solo points, as we've seen, that's what makes this duo just so scary, Monster. Is yes, you might get one of them down, but then you're dealing with still one of the, if not the two best individual solo players on the region, arguably in the world. Booga, the last one to take home an international competition like that, and he's gonna just ride it out and get as many points as he can.
Yeah, this is where he's so comfortable, and you can see right there he finds Nick. Not afraid to go for those risky plays, to look for the eliminations. Those are points that are going to go a long way, especially in the end game. With every elimination, it's worth 4. Not only for the points, but the placement that he gets in the process. Here comes some shots coming up from up above, and Booga still in it right now, in it to win it here, holding on. Reciprocal and 20 though, trying to fight their way back into the competition. They already took out some big teams this game, now trying to play for their victory. Royale right now on the low ground though. Chimp and Spade still fighting their way too. But 30 points separates them from #1 spot because Booga is still alive.
You can see Booga just still earning points, still taking over. However, only one build. He needs to find elimination. Though, he did find some old builds, which are just as good. He's able to open up some headshot things coming through from the stage. He needs to check the backside of his tarp, and he gets taken down. However, yet another top 10 performance from Booga. However, this is just a little bit of room, a little bit of breathing space for those teams. Maybe in the top 5 and the top 6 who can press forward. Smite and Larson being one of them. Spade and Chimp being the other one as we swing on over. 33 Larson looking for a little bit of room as Peterbot takes down Day. Yet another top 8 performance for Day as Cold also ends up getting Sprite. Continuing the run where Sprite and Nounsy make it off spawn. They get something, but Sentin and Cold, they're still getting some points as well as they have a strong Day 2 on the opposite side of this wall.
Still fighting their way in, and now into the top 10 they go, rocketing their way up here in day #2. But Spade and Chimp are the team to look out for. They're earning just a little bit more points as every second ticks on as they continue to out-survive these other teams. Can they find any eliminations, though, in this process? If they can get any more, it'll get them that much closer to getting to #1 spot. But Spade gets caught up in a spider trap there inside the edge of the builds. Can he make his way around the side? No, not in time, and down they go inside the 5th place. Unfortunately, couldn't find any elim points there. This is Larson's opportunity now to go ahead and catch out. That's one on to Sentin. Nice finish there. Here comes the full elimination. Beautifully done. Into the 4 elimination threshold now. They find just a little bit more. Cold on the outskirts. Should be falling anytime soon unless he has a couple more heals left. Seems like the Spider-Man web slinger is going to keep him alive in the game. Holding on to dear hope, and Peterbot into another trap too.
Peterbot trying to find a little bit of room. Does have some extra shields. Also has the med miss if he wants to drop in the zone, but not given the time. Vert says, knock, knock. Who's there? He's going to take it out, and he's the solo who's currently operating. We have Smite and Larson on the low ground, up on the high ground. We have Reciprocal just trying to spray down shots. We talked about him in 20 being able to get a little bit going, starting to look a little bit better today. And right now, Vert back in the zone, looking for an opportunity as Reciprocal running low on builds. Only has 10, 2 builds on 20. Does have some of those iron traps to be able to put down. Here comes the chop, here comes the break. Reciprocal sent down, and he gets picked up. But here comes Vert. Vert hops skipping to the back of the zone, but he gets picked up, and Larson says, I'm going to be the one who comes out with the VR. That was an utter scrum at the end, Monster.
If Vert would have just gotten a siphon instead of a knock, it was the difference in choosing the one of the 3 solos that were left there. It could have been a different story, but the clutch from Larson and Smite on the low ground. This team continues to impress us. This FNCS Finals has really been their breakout performance. They have claimed so many big duos and big fights, honestly, clutching up left and right. Take a look at Larson's accuracy, pinpoint precision there. He just manages to pull it all together at the end.
Being able to close it out as we close in on the halfway mark here for day number 2. We'll have 3 more matches left to go, but right now the question is, who can put the brakes on the runaway train that is Booga and Miro? Because no matter what happens, everywhere you look, regardless, solo, duo, they're picking up elims, they're picking up placement points, and they're rocketing up that leaderboard.
Yeah, Chip and Spade got a little bit closer, but how close? The standings here are ready to be revealed soon. So let's toss on over to Adam and the boys.
Yeah, that was an incredible end game there. I mean, Smite and Larson are one of the only teams to pick up eliminations in every single one of the 9 games thus far. Again, you know, we've another team. I mean, we saw Reciprocal and 20 there as well, Vivid, who I think were kind of in 36th prior to that. I mean, things are shifting rapidly. It's like quicksand. Some teams getting pulled in, some pulling themselves out and scrambling and getting somewhere up the leaderboard. It's insane right now.
Yeah, a lot of teams finding some life here in day number 2. Larson and Smite there. Huge team. We actually kind of saw them first when they were shutting down Scented and Cold right outside of Sleepy Sounds in the semi-finals. And now they're here in the finals, outplacing Scented and Cold, getting this victory royale. This is a huge swing for them.
Yeah, big match, and you see them shooting right up the leaderboard. They were in 8th place, now moving up to top 3 after that game. We're seeing Jamper and Dukes fall a couple of times, but there is this monster in every lobby, and that is Booga and Miro, who just continue to do what they do best.
You know, it's incredible as well, the synergy between the two of them, because it feels that every single time one of them goes down early on, the other one just manages to keep going till, you know, I think it was 10th position there that Boo managed to get to. I mean, picking up eliminations along the way as well. Obviously didn't kind of protect himself from behind. There you go. He's taken out in 10th. But I tell you what, the exciting thing about some of these teams like Booga and Miro is the consistency element. I know we keep talking about how important this is, but for new players who are coming into the game, like to be this consistent at this level as well, Vivid, I mean, you've been there at the very, very top there. It is not easy to be that good all the time.
No, it's really not. You know, they've just finding their groove here throughout this whole FNCS, you know, and they're hot. It's not even like this is like something new, right? They won the previous FNCS. They won the Grand Royale as well. So they have 2 back-to-back FNCS wins right now coming into this one. And if they continue on this tear, this will be their 3rd one in a row. So the consistency is not only in this tournament alone, but in tournaments in general.
Yeah, it's something unheard of, but ultimately they might be doing that, and let's see where they stand, Adam.
Let's do exactly that, SBG. I love your style there. Let's head over to the standings right now and see where they lie. Is it top still? Yes, it is. A 29-point lead right now. What with Jamper and Dukes falling down to 4th position, having got out very early on in Game 9, we can see that Miro and Booga have made quite a play now. Although we saw as well, Spade and Chimp doing a fantastic job there as well, Vivid, of managing to, even from the back of zone, still managing to frag and get a ton of eliminations to add to their score.
Yeah, we're talking about consistency when it comes to Booga and Miro, but Chimp and Spade are consistent in the amount of eliminations they get. They actually have the highest average eliminations because they do have 42 eliminations, the first team to break 40 eliminations, and the chase is on, right? Yeah, they are 29 points behind, but it is possible. We haven't seen Booga and Miro slip up yet, but if they do, Chimp and Spade are right behind them.
Yeah, playing their own great tournament here. 260 points. There is another massive gap between them and the rest of the field. So right now we got a 2-horse race going at it for this first place. But as we've seen, anyone could fall early and really make a way up there. We did see Scented and Cold on the first page for the first time in this tournament. Now another team, Peterbot and Quanti, rising up on this second day. We also see D-Roller and Trashy playing so consistent. And after that first match of the day, Threats and Users right there in 13.
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously 11th through 20th as well, because of course, every single position here in FNCS Finals counts for some kind of element of the prize pool, and as you make your way further up, of course, that increases. So the fact that it's changing constantly as well is big for the players, because who knows where they can land. They need to make sure now, with 3 games left in this competition here at NAE, that they have to deliver the goods here. Vivid, SBG, I think we're all looking at Mira and Booga here as well. Just to give you guys some context at home, these guys have, I think, on the last of the 9 games, I think at least 5 of them they finished inside the top 4, which just goes to show that kind of eliminations plus placement points that we keep talking about as well, how important that is and integral to getting yourself up to the very top there, because to do that time and time again, that is why they're sitting pretty in first position right now. But it is time for the next game, game 10 of 12 here on NAE on finals day 2. We'll head back into the action with Sundown and MDF. I know we're waiting eagerly here because it's all to play for, which is a few games left. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. We're into the back half of the games on the day. Monster 3 more. The AXA champions will go out. The top prize will be given. And then we got NA West after this, and the FNCS will be all wrapped up. But do you think anybody can catch Booga and Miro?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough if they don't fall early, which is very unlikely. They've managed to really find themselves a great route. They get the tax that they're looking for by other teams kind of landing in their general area and poising up next to them. Their Chonkers vehicles allow them to rotate in the mid and early games. So honestly, they just have such a great strategy that the zones, it doesn't matter where it goes, they've managed to play very well. But leaning into this next game now, we get to see how it unfolds. So let's get on this battle bus.
Game number 10, 3 more to go here in the East. And who else is atop the throne right now playing King of the Hill other than the solo World Cup champ, the icon himself, Booga, with the FNCS. I mean, I call him the owner, the demon, the one who has just run through and just destroyed most recent times his partner, TNA Miro. But Monster, where else will we kick it off but over to Greasy Grove, where the score is now 5-4, so closing it on equal.
Yeah, where yesterday this battle meant so much for Rising Agers to stay inside the top 5. All of a sudden now being on a 3 losing streak here off the drop has made it super rough for them to continue to stay competitive inside the standings. But mind you, they're still inside the top 15. This is all going to come down to whether or not Rise can clutch, but no, it's not going to be enough. Down they go. Sprite and Nowsy have really just figured them out, it seems, at this drop, being a little bit better, sharper here with the drops. And it's unfortunate, but that is how quick you can slide behind.
Yeah, now it's 5-5 going up. And what the general contest ends up looking like, if you want to go and VOD review this, what Aegis and Rise look to do is they look to hit the floor drops and then immediately group in that corner, break the floor and break the 2 coolers, hoping that they end up both pulling double chug splash and immediately chug splash each other. The problem with that is that on the opposite side, if Nounsy and Sprite get high rate of fire weapons and they break the 2 walls opposite there, you now have to defend from 2 different angles without ever having farmed any materials. And unfortunately, they're starting to lose that fight as we swing over to the other contested fight that we've seen repeatedly here, and that's Walkers and Golden against Spego and Charlie. And Golden trying to put a little bit of pressure here with Walkers already taken down, so 1v2 with the Siphon coming out. It's going to still have the effective HP advantage. What a shot!
There's the heavy. There's the heavy coming in to play body shot. Little 59 tag to the calf there. You can't escape the damage of the heavy, especially when you're aiming down sight like that. Beautifully done, mind you. It's a extremely small crosshair, so you have to be deadly accurate with it. Golden and Walker, man, like I said, impressive for them to be besting this team here on the drop. It's keeping them at least well within some points away from having a donut of a competition. So all in all, for their first FNCS finals, I'm sure there's a lot to learn from today, a lot to take home from here. Same for Princess Wolf and AMT, doing a little bit better, up in 32nd place right now, chasing down Vert, our team who was just in that end game last game, fighting for that victory royale there. All in all, looks like this is a full-on push here. He's got the side angle and everything.
Sliding down the hill, trying to get the best angle, just ripping shots over, but the timber comes straight down and nobody gave them a heads up. That was Redux from the side, and that's some valuable Storm Surge damage a la the tree. And don't forget, that will end up going down. It will break builds, but somebody whose engines have looked like they've stalled a little bit here on day 2, trying to get going, trying to make something happen. Me2 and Shadow getting hip to hip. It looks like Me2 will actually get a much needed siphon there onto Fable Taco, so that's going to end up coming out. Shadow needs to be careful with only 2 HP, but Jackson trying to put the pressure down.
I'm not even sure how that happened for a second there. The knock and finish came out of nowhere. Must have been to fall damage or something like that, because for a brief moment there, Fable Taco was right next to Jackson and then just vanished. So here comes a disengage. He's off, he's gone. Those mythic web slingers allowing you to really open up space pretty quickly there. Jackson's now in the bottom coastal area, but OMG Me2 just knows. Tracked them all the way around the outskirts. They actually needed these eliminations. This is a different switch up in the strategy here, being a bit more aggressive to these coastal teams. Jackson and Fable Taco, though, no strangers to being contested on the drop. That's how it was for their qualifier rounds. In the replay, though, we get to see how things unfolded with Bert. He managed to turn this whole fight around here and find the 2 eliminations. Nicely done there. And that is why he was a solo, making his wide rotate, going head-to-head now with Princess Wolf and AMT.
And we also saw Iamzo and Djinn get picked up by Nosh and Paper outside the covert by that llama split. So fortunately for them, still trying to get something going here on day number 2 after that amazing start in the Game 1 victory yesterday. And on board here with Spark and Nets, trying to get a little bit of pressure. Pincer movement on the Sanctuary, but we've seen not necessarily as much success in these pincers. It's largely been teams who've been playing hip to hip, and when you've been too far spread, you generally leave yourself vulnerable to just getting a quick 1v2. And right now you can see Magnolia and Qua trying to get hip to hip. Spark and Nets keep putting the pressure down.
Nice little angle here as well. They have this high ground control here. Taking it nice and slow, though, not looking to overcommit. This is something that you see really or pretty much often from competitors. And of course, a team that plays a little too defensively, normally you'll see a disengage as well. Get your couple tags, you stay content with the situation, but the clock is always ticking in Fortnite. That's one thing you cannot stop is pop a time. So they're going to go ahead and have to fight their way back to material count that is going to allow them to have a successful mid and end game. Good early game disengage for Booga and Miro, though. They're just on time as usual with their early game. They stay here until they are fully looted and comfortable and then go for surge and battle and positioning. They'll change up basically from their strategy from what we've seen so far in the competition, but no need to. They've been successful every single game.
Yeah, making sure they pass by these coolers as well. We ran a little bit of a content piece at the start of the season about what's changed on the Chapter 3 map, and I think the coolers, one of the biggest additions, if you're not aware of them, they hold guaranteed amount of consumables, and the ones that these players care the most about are those chug splashes. That's often why you'll see duos rocking out with almost like full 12 set of chug splashes in nearly every single one of their loadouts. That very much prioritize that. It can be shields as well as HP, and it's AoE. But now, we've kind of taken a look. We looked at our first place horse, and now here's the second place horse chomping at the bit, trying to close the gap. It's Chimp and Spade, and they've got a ton of space, and Zone dropped right on top of their head monster. This is a little bit different than yesterday where we had mostly south-central zones. This is the second time in a row now we've pulled up towards that northeast corner.
I would say that generally works against them as well, as less teams are going to be rotating, less likely to come on up to their general positions where they set up for surge, so it's going to force them into more of an aggressive play. And like you said, it's the second game in a row now. So last game, it seems like they managed to, make it work and figure things out. They're going to have to re-employ the strategy they don't use very often, which can always leave room for error. So I am curious to see if they can continue to remain consistent this game, as Booga and Miro, this storm is what they expect all the time. They just move out of the drop spot. They haven't really had it land on top of them too often in the tournament so far.
Now a little bit of a late rotate here. OMG, Me2, and Shadow, we've talked about it. Some decent individual efforts from them so far today.
Wow.
Kind of struggling to get it go together, but Me too. Says, Owl, what you doing? Poking your head up. And Owl responds in kind. He says, hey, you got a pretty nice assault rifle. I got one too. Here's some shots for you, as he gets his entire shields ripped away. And Shadow opens right back up. And honestly, this is a positive for both these teams right now. I don't see too much white HP, minus that med miss. So hopefully that should be enough to keep OMG Me Too and Shadow up. But otherwise, they should be relatively content to trade Surge and have their full duo up.
Not to mention, they still have metal capped out as well. So, you know, you can find brick, you can find wood coming into mid and early game, late game. But you know, the one thing you're not going to find, or very unlikely to find, is metal. In the distance, though, you hear the reboot van going off. Jackson trying to play with Fable Taco, so they're going to be looking to get their second and third eliminations redone onto Fable Taco. That could be an extra 6 points if the pickup comes through. If they're smart, they allow it to happen. So we'll see. But Commandment and Stretch right now, their name of the game right now is find some tags, as will be Clicks and Day right there. And that's the mark coming out. So, ooh, we might see Commandment find a little bit of an ambush there for the tags onto Clicks and Day. That could be a swing factor, right, for the duo fight that might break out down there.
Yeah, and a very traditional split right now coming out from Stretch and Commandment, where they're
It is.
keep it far enough, but Clicks and Day just went immediately. They just went for it, as now on in here. He was Knifer getting picked up. That was Nosh and Paper, able to find him there as he tried to cut the jet set out, but unfortunately he will get picked up. And I mean, as soon as you're in that sight line, that's when we talked about like line of sights being so important, and like how you have to be thinking about your rotations way ahead of time. As soon as he committed to rounding that corner, like it's 2 level changes, right? And then he's taken out. Now with Swing on board, it feels like we haven't had a chance to talk about him that much today, Monster. Minus game number 1, Jumper and Dukes have had a little bit of a stall going on compared to yesterday.
And we knew it was possible. We knew it can happen. And it just looks like they haven't quite turned those gears just yet at this tournament here. But this is the back half now. There's still a couple more opportunities. I'm sure they're taking note round after round. And the biggest problem is Storm Surge Zone 1. That is the one that's chomping away at their heels and all the other HP stuff that they're holding on to. But Donnie gets punished big time here. It hasn't looked very good for Macwood or Donnie today and yesterday. And right now, the big fight coming in from Illis and company here. One of the few teams that are actually taking a battle this early, long before the Surge even starts to warn players. This is a team that's looking to get way ahead here. And Tilted Towers, man, you're here. I mean, this is a no man's land. You can't just stand around here. Teams are going to fight. There's a reason players rotate in here. It just has that reputation for battle.
Yeah, and I mean, rotating from covert over to here, just putting yourself in one not necessarily great position to another. I feel like NA East has been a very weird situation as Donnie finds a nice little tag there, double at it, trying to then replace the wall, finds even better tags onto TK, and this is a very winnable 1v2. If Donnie's going to be able to push forward, has an HP advantage. Here's the Chug Splash go out. Needs to be careful though, giving them enough time to be able to take this, because the advantage he had is being offset by their use of utility. It's going to be backed up, so just trying to make sure he's up on Surge. But I feel like NA East, with so many teams going Cavern, it kind of just negated the strength of that POI overall, as we see Miro pick up yet another stray Elam in the feed.
And Smite did as well. Mind you, Smite is, of course, fighting their way on up. Smite and Larson staying consistent this game. That is a team that could be a sleeper, top 2, top 3, maybe even victors of today, depending on how Miro and Booga play out. Of course, though, we want to continue to see those highlights as they unfold. Booga and Miro now have 2 eliminations, so a full and successful team wipe here. Let's watch how this went down. Miro swings around here. Max material as they just found the advantageous angle here. They wasted no time to finish it off.
Fantastic piece control right there from the TNA player. I mean, Miro just being able to own all of those grid spaces, slamming down the cones, putting down the walls, and then dropping right on top of his partner. And I mean, that's an additional nice little +6 points for them, and they don't have to worry about Surge. Frankly, with being 700 plus damage up, or 650 something damage up, they might not have to worry about second Surge either. And with their game plan, it's been, hey, just stay up till late game and things will come. And so far, again, I talked about it, hey, maybe they could do it last game. It's starting to look near impossible with just how good they're playing, Monster. I don't know if anybody can catch them.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher and tougher as the games go on, as they continue to find not only elimination, it's the placement points that are really scary, because they're making multiple end games. It could be, once again, like we said, that runaway train type situation where if another game or two goes their way, I mean, that is surely going to be it. They might make it insanely ridiculous.
That's when the duo starts looking at it. It's like, all right, guys, we can catch them if we get a 39 elimination victory royale. It's okay. We got this. We got this. You know, as soon as you start putting in numbers in the teens and the 20s plus the VR, you know, you're kind of grasping at straws like we can see Crack trying to do on the right-hand side. Him and Owl just trying to get in the box, and looks like he's able to pick up a couple of straws, but then drops them right back down. It was a hot potato, actually, and unfortunately looks like it's going to end up mashed as the Storm Surge pressure just a little bit too much as PlayFi and Oliver OG trying to find some shots from above.
The same situation for them, though. They found themselves underneath the Storm Surge once again here. It was the same story last game, and again, although they've managed to find a good amount of points, it just hasn't been enough. Great little tags right there, though, from PlayFi as he finds a great angle from above, but still 90 damage below. All of that wasn't enough. And mind you, they have a fresh duo pack right next to them. I mean, both sides are listening to the shots go down. It's only a matter of time before it's all over. Makes you wonder, was it better for them to just take the early box fight immediately, and instead now they waited out? Surge will do the rest here shortly. Although the edits come in, he takes a little damage with him on the road there, set back for Magnolia, but still, points is what matters here. Stretch and Commandment on the other side, a top 5 team, one that's much more relevant to the general stake here coming into top game 10.
Right now we got some space, got some time, some players returning shots, but with third zone being revealed, everyone wants to get just a little bit of central, hoping that fourth drops on top of their head. And we'll get a check in with, I mean, you can just start listing accolades, and I think by the time we rotate off the POV, we wouldn't be done. These guys have won so many tournaments, and they're looking to add another notch onto that belt here today. As they're sitting center zone, we know they're sitting pretty on Storm Surge. First round of placement points ends up coming through, so it's +7 for them on the day. And again, Monster, they're in tournament management mode at this point, and you're going to start hearing me talk about that a lot, because they don't have to be gaining points. They aren't the ones talking about like, oh, we need to do to win. Is hold on. The longer they're up in the lobby, every single one of those placement points that they get, that Spade and Chimp also gets, is a point taken away from them. The pressure is on the duo we are watching right now to chase the game.
Chimp and Spade have to get a lot of eliminations if they want to catch up. They're about, what's that, 10 or so off right now. Yep. You can see how many they've already picked up. They've been extremely active as they're currently our elimination leaders, you know, as a whole, you know, as a duo. But, you know, if they want to catch up to Boog and Miro, they're still 10 off the mark at least to closing the gap. Because one thing they cannot make up are the difference in placement points already made. That's the harder one to go ahead and outperform so far, as we've seen Boog and Miro just stay super consistent.
You can see that Chimp has 28 eliminations by himself, which is more than all but 5 teams combined. So really, that's where they're trying to end up making up the difference there. As we'll swing on over, Clicks and Day almost had a back-to-back wins to close out yesterday. Have 2 victory royales in their back pocket, but we've talked about it. While their highs have been very incredible, their lows have really brought down their average scores. So they need to find a couple more of those really solid games, and clock's ticking against them. Like we said, the pressure is on everyone else to play a little bit of catch up as we look at kind of this top 5, top 6.
Look at the feed.
Shadow, yeah, Shadow able to pick up a knock there on a wanted.
Great knock on Tawana if they can get the finish there. I mean, those are points that they absolutely need to continue to claw their way back from that slipping out of 4th place position that we saw. The last 2 games have been generally pretty rough for them. Kind of boiling down to just being solos here. Smite and Larson, though, I would say the most impressive team today as far as teams that are making comeback stories come to life. Larson and Smite, after last game's high placing, then kicking this one off with elimination. There it is, Shadow. It's a little bit of a comeback for them, but pressure's on to Smite and crew. Fire sets the floor ablaze. That's a beautiful play right there. Out come all the armored walls to try to buy themselves some time. And for whatever reason, the lobby decides, hey, these are the guys you need to completely fire in on. Luckily, though, Chug Splashes will mitigate the flames. Armored walls will stop oncoming fire from at least one side. And this is a situation where having the right loot is just the difference maker.
Yeah, I always find the interesting decision where teams slam down those iron walls on their route first rather than the wall immediately in front of them, but it ended up providing them with just the ability to only turn into one direction, not worry about what might potentially pop above. So played very well for them there, and we talked about it. They're able to transition into the late game. They make plays every time. The mid game has been traditionally where they struggle, but covering that up today, as you see, Acorn, Kanata looking for a little bit of room here, and they're trying to find some shots there onto Shadow. You can see him and Me Too, not necessarily in the best of circumstances when it comes to HP, but somebody who's not in the best of circumstances when it comes to Storm Surge. Check the right-hand side monster currently. Nico and Polarized thing 97 below.
Not looking hot right now, and again, the fire is setting the stage ablaze here as the floor once again. A Chimp and Spade below the surge, 61 right now. They need to get active. 20 seconds left, 10 players have to go down. Not a lot of heals from what I'm looking at here from Chimp's inventory. Only 2 minis, 4 chili to work with. 10 seconds now. Only now the shots begin to come out from Spade. This is a late game for them.
There's a fight right above them, though, Monster. There's a fight literally going on. There's another Storm Surge fight just 2 layers above them, so they're waiting, trying to maybe take advantage of this, trying to drop somebody down. My eyes are pinned on the right side of the screen right now because that's the team who has the chance to maybe push Booga and Miro, but we knew that they got early elims, so they're the ones who aren't under this Storm Surge.
Oh, it's Jamper.
Spade are, and it's Jamper on the other side, and Spade can find some room, but Spade is taken out back to the zone. Storm Surge is going to just be hammering away. No, they were able to get above it, but it cost them Spade, and it cost him so much of his utility.
What's crazy about that is second and third place going head to head, both exchanging a single player, but luckily Dukes will be able to get saved. This is that little bit of divine luck, not necessarily getting the player to get finished there, so Dukes will be able to bounce back and stay in the game right now. Talk about a close competition on what could have been, honestly, Booga's best dream come true right there. Second and third just eliminating themselves, but there is still hope for Chimp right now, who is trailing behind. Booga and Miro are the box right in front of him. They don't look out to Chimp's direction here as he makes his rotate all the way through.
But Chimp, yes, the short pad in that situation is very helpful, but he then had to invest so many of his hard mats to just safely end up tarping in, invest one of his 2 iron walls to cover himself, and as a solo, you need everything you can get. He's going to invest a second iron wall there just to make sure he's safe. So Monster, he wants to get into those cascading placement points and have a chance to clutch up, because keeping an eye on the top left, we're not even there yet.
It is so important for him right now to find eliminations, placement points, just everything possible. Squeeze out the lemon right here, get as much juice as possible, because you're not going to have many opportunities. He starts to continue to break away. He's already 30 points away, so first place is so far here, especially now as a solo. It looks just more impossible to fight for, and next door is that team that he's so worried about right now. Across from him is the other team he shouldn't be worried about, who's on his heels, is Dukes and Jamper. He is just in a pinch, a cross pinch of the teams that matter the most right now.
Neither of them have to move. They have the priority position. You can see just cone peaks coming out from Booga and Miro, actually editing them down, making sure they have a line. You can hear the launch pads being placed out. They're going to high pad, and they have it pinged towards the far side of the zone, so you can tell they want to go maybe not all the way for height, but at least a layer that's up above. They don't want to be all the way on the ground floor, knowing it's going to be incredibly chaotic. They're the ones with the purple rays on the left side of your screen. They're also in the top right. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Chimp, who is the solo in second place, trying to continue his run going through. After that, the next 2 teams who we're looking at are Smite and Larson, and Jamper and Dukes, who are both still up on their feet. You can see Smite and Larson just below the high grounds on the left-hand side of your screen. Still plenty of swinging coming out as those Mythic Web Slingers end up connecting. You can hear the sound all the way, and Chimp looking for some shots. He hears the player on the backside of the wall. This could potentially be play. Opens up the edit, doesn't find anyone, and just gonna have a nice little calm rotate. My eyes are on the bottom right-hand corner now as he's changing levels. If he goes down, this means there's so much room for Booga and Miro.
Might have been caught for a moment, but now Surge is definitely the warning here that's coming through. Too many players have to go down, and he is so far below Chimp needs to continue to find some action here, and he's getting chased for going up to second height, biting off a little more than he can chew there. And there's a 6th place team underneath him. It's OMG me and Shadow. Big rip comes through onto that. That's going to be a huge setback for our 6th place team. But Chimp now is under surge threshold. 200, 170. He needs to find some tags here. Only 2 more ticks separate him. Big one there, but the counter fire was a little bit stronger, and 3 points get awarded to Shadow and company. On height though, Kanata and Acorn managed to maintain this position here. They snuck their way on up. This is the 2nd game now. They're on high ground, trying to fight for a victory royale. Day's still in this one as well, earning points on the low. Jamper falls to the hands of Booga. Huge elimination there as Booga once again starts cutting down the competition.
Cease going down as well. Tamiro just trying to add up those elimination points, but Cole trying to get a couple of his own. The 166 huge shot there follows it up. Ooh, the edits, and this man's tracking is disgusting. Finds one there. That's the confirmation on the users. No, there's still another player behind him, but he has plenty of extra utility. He just needs time and space. Looking for a little bit now on the backside of the zone. Peterbot right in front of him.
These are knocks. These are eliminations. These are points that start to matter, especially if the zone does it. So you want to hit those down bodies. Cold, however, hits the wrong wall. There was a team waiting there. One big punt puts them down. Commandment shredded for using the Mythic Slingers to try and make a rotate there from Acorn and Kanata, who are just a little bit more aware. They are paying so much attention, lower themselves now to get closer to the enemies here. Smite is still alive here, earning points. He is a solo as well. What can we see him do? We've already seen this team just let loose every time they come into endgame. This is one of the better.
Another from Miro.
Look at that. He even pops Mini for 2 HP. Anything matters right now.
Yeah, Miro picking up yet another elim, and I mean, at this point in Booga and Miro, I mean, we might be looking at the W here if they're able to rack off another win and more points. And they're one of the few duos who's still up on their feet. They're on the low ground. They have 6 eliminations, 328 monster. I don't think anybody's even close to 300 at this point, and they're really opening up the gap, trying to put a firm stamp on it. They say trios, solos, duos, it doesn't matter. If we're Booga and Miro, we're winning it all about face. They find yet another elim. Trashy gets cut down, and Booga dips back into the zone. A nice little bounce back will provide him with a little bit of respite here as Bucky and Cam still up on their feet as well. Canada and Acorn trying to rain shots in the mound, trying to get a connection. They have plenty of mats, but no ammo. What?
Yeah. They burnt out everything from the high ground, literally down to a pickaxe here on the low ground. Miro and Booga, opposite situation. They have everything that they need, and honestly, this is a game-defining performance here, a tournament-defining performance here at the very end. He managed to make it all the way into the top 5, leaves Booga behind as he gets picked off, but it doesn't matter. The real story is how he is continuing to earn placement points here as he breaks into top 3. I can't believe Miro and Booga have just done this consistently all day, just being the best team so far. But Crunchy and Pure on the low ground, Acorn and Kanata on the height. I mean, they're still fighting for more placement. There's still plenty of room for other teams to rocket their way on up and earn some money here.
Miro looking for a nice little layer of change there, but invests about half of his mats to not quite get it. Trying to find the cone jump to get up, but instead has to cover himself with a floor and a cone to make sure Acorn can't get some pressure. Trying to find a 1v1, finds a nice little trade, but he gets a decent amount of shield. They're still in the zone, trying to find the spray, taking the straight up fight against Acorn, winning the trade so far, swaps to the pickaxe, gets the 24, but gets taken down. However, another top 3 performance for our leaders. And I mean, we see 3rd place. They're nearly 100 points behind him at this point. That might be all she wrote. So we could be looking at a battle here for 2nd from here on out for right here in country, going up against one of the veterans with Acorn backing up, kind of up on the high ground. Acorn trying to put the shots down and close the layer. What they're going to end up doing, Acorn's going to get sent down to fight the 1v2. He has lower HP, so he needs to make sure he either goes down to the zone or he's able to trade out damage. Those are his 2 choices, and instead, he's just going to run back, make sure nobody gets siphoned, and hope that Kanata has the HP, and he's got the med miss. This should be a dub monster.
Not really. Crunchy did have a couple splashes, though, so it could come down to, but no, it doesn't look like Crunchy did have enough to maintain. Instead, Kanata says, nah, I don't want to leave it to the end game. Gets it there in flash. 3rd place now. He jumps up to 3rd place. Not bad for a team that was outside of the top 10 coming into today.
Yeah, that's going to help them a ton there, and a great veteran presence of mind to drop down, find the other opponent, and pick up the elimination points to go with it, securing himself the additional +3, because every single point is going to end up mattering. Here's some highlights from the duo themselves. But I mean, Monster, the story at this point is Booga and Miro, they might have won it already, right? Like, just based on how consistent they played, unless something catastrophic happens to them, this has been one of the more complete weekends of Fortnite we've seen from them in a while.
For one spot, they have to land on Miro and Booga and take them out the gate here. They cannot afford to allow this team to earn any more points. They are currently 70 points ahead of third place. If the numbers there were accurate, which they pretty much have been throughout the day. So, they have a nice lead there, Sundown.
Yeah, and we're going to check out how nice that lead is with 2 matches left to go. We'll kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SPG, what you got?
Thank you, fellas. That could be the one, guys. That could be the game changer for the entirety of FNCS finals right there. We saw there that, despite Canada valiantly, again, we saw the stat earlier on. Every single FNCS, Canada manages to get a victory royale in some capacity. The guy's unstoppable. But we saw with Booga and Miro there that when Chimp loses Spade early on, ironically, Booga taking out Jamper as well, who are currently, I think, in 3rd position going into this. I mean, this could be the game 10 for these guys, Vivid. That could be the one that changes everything.
Yeah, best case scenario this game for Booga and Miro. We saw Chimp and Spade versus Dukes and Jamper actually on the north side of that 4th zone as the half and half came in, and it ended up putting both of them in kind of a shambles position. And Booga and Miro, they're not even worried about what's happening on with the rest of the competition. They just ran ahead with this game as a duo for most of it, and then Miro in the end there, clutching up. They always clutch up as a solo. A couple more placement points, and just like every other game, does it here as well as he goes for that elimination on Acorn, who lived with must have been like 1 health. So that was very, very close, but still picked up plenty of points to increase that lead.
Yeah, that was so close. Miro almost did just that little much more. But you're right, Vivid. It is like every single game, it's just like an extra 3, 5, 10. It's literally every game. They're playing so well as a duo, and they're perfectly playing the end game. And then just like, it's no big deal.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's just third schmurd. But do you know what? It's you're right. The consistency again is just unreal. But we must talk about Canada and Acorn for a second here, because I want to put the spotlight back on these guys, because yesterday we didn't see too much from them both. Today we've seen, I think, 3 times now pushing for height, taking it, claiming it. A victory royale. I mean, these guys are. I mean, I guess that in hindsight they wish they could go back to yesterday and think, why don't we just do height from the get-go? What were we thinking, guys?
Yeah, I think they figured it out. We've seen them alive now 3 times in the end game. Unfortunately, last game, the previous one, the one we just watched, they went down early. They were separated a little bit, but every other game that they've made it to the end game, they have been on the high ground. I think they have figured out the formula. They've kind of figured out the way that these lobbies are figuring out. But right there, though, we did see a little bit of a slip up as they had like no ammo on the high ground. He was running around with a pickaxe looking for anything. So a little bit better at managing, and they can definitely run away with this.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I thought going into this. Acorn Canada typically understand those different high ground plays. Now it's finally coming out. Might be too late, though.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the leaderboards anyway and see exactly how the points have changed after the last game. And then we can see, wow, Miro and Booga go into 336 points. They're looking at around almost a 60-point lead there on Spade and Chimp there. Yeah, but similar eliminations, but play some points with it. I mean, 201 to 140, huge difference.
Yeah, just increasing that gap ever so slightly every single game. Acorn and Canada with that right there, that victory royale puts them at 2. They're going to be finding themselves in top 3 SPG.
Yeah, and it just looks like everything else besides the top 2 on the leaderboards is up for grabs. That's been moving around a bunch over the past few games, but Miro, Booga, Spade, Chimp, they've been locking it down for those top 2 spots.
Indeed, yeah. Unless something catastrophic happens with Miro and Booga in this next game, which is totally possible, and Chimp and Spade come through, or team in 3rd place as well, I think it looks like we're looking at who's going to come 2nd or 3rd. That's the big one right now. But let's head over to Sundown MDF. We've got another big game coming your way, and this is game 11 now of our 12, which is mighty exciting. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. 2 more matches left to go before the Axe of Champions are given out, and right now it looks like it's going right back on over to Booger and Miro Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we're seeing is a team that's hard to compete with here, a team that has a full draw spot to themselves in a well-planned-out route, and it's just all coming together game after game. So when we head against them, which is going to be tough to do when they're that situated, I mean, this tournament's over for everyone else.
Yeah, and while there is still plenty to play for in terms of different prize money coming out for the placements and everything, but first potentially being on the table, there is still a chance. It's not completely out of the question. We have seen a couple of little early hiccups with Booger potentially getting picked off on some of those longer bus passes. But as the saying goes, so you're saying there's a chance? Yeah, it's a really, really small one.
It's a slim chance. We called it grasping at straws earlier, but hold up. Sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's hop on into game number 11.
Grasping at straws and hoping you don't catch that hot potato. We're mixing metaphors, and we talked about it. Hey, maybe there's some unfortunate bus pass or something, but even then, looks like we're getting one of those as we split the island from southwest to northeast, and we get a nice favorable chonkers drop there. And of course, we're going to tune into that very early fight over at Greasy, and Agers is going to win the drop this time. Nounsy trying to do everything he can to just run away, create a little bit of space, hits the bushes, but that's not going to be enough. Rise will pick up Sprite, and we'll go to 6-5, Monster.
I was going to say, at this point, we might be beating the dead horse, but no. Finally, Agents and Rise managed to at least come out on top. So a little different story potentially to unfold here. Now, my real question is you know, how fired up are Rise and Agents, right? You know, long game, several hours, in fact, and then you have to jump back in and make do with the situation. So it is going to be a close one in the feed, though. Muzz already takes out Macwood. Seems like they finish up this full duo here. Another early game battle for Covert Cavern. Muzz getting all the dancing on that he can while he's still alive. Another team that also just hasn't had much success off the elimination rip. So seems like the coin flip finally going in other directions this time around, landing on the other side.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see all of these teams we talked about, how Covert Cavern has been so strong. I mean, we saw it in EU, what it was able to do, but with so much pressure and so many duos around it in NA, Nova's been able to leave there very quickly. So now we're going to swing on over here. Shadow, Me Too, another fight just outside of Greasy. Fable Taco and Jackson, we've been seeing this fight happen a lot over the past 2 days. It's been relatively favored towards RMG. Today, I feel like Jackson and Fable Taco have been able to put a little bit of the pressure back, and the Rift is actually going to get taken. The rotation's going to come out, and some distance is going to be put away. So disengage this time.
Very important tags right there as well. Ones that are going to keep this team from having to worry about the surge a little later. But they've slipped down from 4th on the day down to 9th place. That's off the back of those 2 times they were eliminated a little early. Here's the Yamza and DJ, one of our few teams that hold the prestigious Victory Royale already. Looks like they caught a couple eliminations. The real question is, was that onto Knifer and Baila for the Llama split drop? Because it seems like they're going back to old Trusty here.
Yes, it was, and they were taken out, so they'll have one more game to try and put their stamp on it, but Zone drops right on top. Well, not right on top, but fairly on top of Booger and Miro. Make sure they get up as much of the metal as possible, hit all of these chests, get all the weaponry, and I mean, it just shows how strong Chonkers is. I think you touched on it early in the game. While there is a decent amount of metal on the map, it gets farmed out and valued so quickly that trying to go and refarm it is so incredibly difficult. Take a look at another one of those early fights that we've talked about, Playify and Oliver OG going down with one, and it looks like they might actually opt to just disengage.
Yeah, finding a lot more southern than usual. Typically we see them up a little bit more north, fighting those other teams where you saw yesterday where Bucky and Cam would rotate on into the coast there and get their hands into the action. This time around, though, moving a bit faster to the south. That's a clash that we expect for Chimp and Spade, though. No one in sight, but also very far off from one another. So you hope to see Spade in another comfortable part of the map without anyone nearby. Otherwise, it could be pretty bad for them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't think that's his teammate who's out in front of him, getting a couple tags there, but his teammate isn't even remotely on the screen. Like, we don't even see a little dot for him there. So got to keep an eye on it as we'll check in with some of our other teams currently top of the screen. We have Chimp and Spade, who are in second, bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Acorn and Kanata, who are in third. And then the right-hand side of the screen, fourth. And even then, Monster, there's a pretty significant gap between each one of these teams. Like, it's a drop in about 16 points, then a drop in another 10 points. So you can see just the separation that's been caused up at the top.
Yeah, the gap is really starting to open up. My gosh, you're looking at what we used to call the playground days. Drop all the loot, spread it out there, get ready to take your ones in the middle of Tilt the Tower. Tons of extras sitting around, and they don't even look to pile up the big pots or bring them with them. They just leave them there. Like, that's all.
Hide them. What are you doing? That frustrates me a ton, because there's one thing that Fortnite players as a whole and Battle Royale in general, right, is resource denial. And there's some teams like, hey, if you don't have the space to carry an extra chug splash, just go throw it at a tree, throw it at a wall or whatever, so one of these teammates doesn't end up having it. Now, if you're baiting somebody to run towards one of those big pots, which we've seen before, that's totally fine. But just leaving them out there is just offering somebody else to come by and pick up a full 3 stack of shield pots. And while it might not be the most slot efficient thing to be carrying, it's not bad.
No, not bad at all by any means for teams that are especially desperate, because that's usually what happens when you're rotating through a POI like that. You're looking to fill out your loadout, fill out your slots. So look at this. Clicks and Day. Move on over to the coast here. Double AR opener. Switch over to the next target, and that's a beautifully timed tag right there. Another one as well. That's a shield crack onto Serbski. Now comes the full push here. It's not looking good for Flood and Serb right now, who have to fight up against a confident Day who knows they've already taken shields, but they can hear the keg is down.
Shield cake down. Also, iron wall slam. They put it again, one up on the ceiling, one up on the side. So that means you should be fighting from one angle, but Serb skip Day, a really good angle to actually range shot into him. So leaving the protection of those iron walls, not necessarily getting the best advantage, but Clicks takes a couple of shots while he's caught with his builds out, so no return. However, Day just going to work. He's going to be able to pick up Flood there, isolate him out, get the damage over the top, get the siphon as well, and then he should be looking to group right up with Clicks so they can take this 1v2 confidently onto Serbski. And didn't even need it. Click says, I'll handle my ones, you get yours.
That was such a Clicks thing to do as well, be in such a dangerous position, but you know what? He edits 4 walls before you can even blink and realize what happened, and he just slips his way all the way through to low ground. There's a couple players that can edit fast enough to take fall damage. I believe Clicks is probably one of them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it a little bit going back to that All-Star Invitational. I believe that was the Blueprint battles going through, or the high tier, depending on which one that was there. You did have the opportunity to do a little bit of both there, but the edits coming out aren't going to save Nani as Bucky pushes right down through there. You can see Nico and Polarize also getting Elin themselves. Nick goes down in the feed. Bucky continuing to range shots from above, but Nico hits nearly every bullet from his MK7 there. Great recoil control as Bucky is going to have to slam a cone over his head and invest a little bit here into the excess shields.
I like this. Bucky and Cam need a lot of points here, right? They were inside the top 20. They had an issue with Surge leading in later in the last game. So this time around, they're saying, hey, you know what? You're in our drop. We're going to fight you for it. They're going to defend it instead of being a bit more passive and backing out. Here's a look at Polarize and Nico and how that all went down. Big shots being exchanged there. You can see how they end up finding their pickup. But these battles are going to matter. Look at this. We're watching a different rotate that we haven't seen just yet. Go to the Condo Canyon. We talked about how when the zone lands on top of you, your strategy will change. This is one of those changes in strategy where they start to mix things up. They end up finding the tag there. It's very important that they do because they are not contested. They don't have many other opportunities to get surge tags.
Yeah, as long as they're able to get surge tags and that kind of go through their game plan checklist, they should be fine. If they're not under threat from Storm Surge, they're both good enough players to be able to rotate, find the space. They don't mistime their rotations. And it's part of the reason why not only are they on top in terms of eliminations, but they are blowing out the rest of the competition when it comes to placement points. It's because they're making every single one of these mid games right now. So we get a little look at the map here. The zone number 3 will be revealed, and we're going pretty much right in the middle of the map here, Monster.
Yeah, going right back. Touch on Bugha and Miro's strategy. They're one of the only teams we're watching save their vehicle for the late and mid-game rotates. They're taking that Chonkers, buffed car as far as possible into those games, and that's another reason why they're able to gun their way to those big positions.
Yeah, being able to get those chonkers out whiplash is so incredible, but Fatch caught way over peaking, and just Rooney finding some amazing shots there. And it looks like Pamstow's trying to get out of dodge, but gets caught there. Just Rooney and Arnstar. Great push, being able to take advantage of the angle. We talked about this. If you are going to box up your vehicle, have to have an exit strategy immediately. Unfortunately, they parked that one a little too tightly in the garage and couldn't get out without dinging the side mirror.
That's one of those things right there where, looking back at it, they're thinking we should have turned the vehicle, should have aimed it at an exit wall. Instead, it was at a near indestructible, obstacle in front of them. And that is what happens when you're not completely prepared for every type of situation. Right there, you saw the Beef Falls have managed to make their way into Coney Crossroad, looking outwards to try to catch any stragglers that they can. Mind you, this is the team that has been struggling with Storm Surge for the last couple of games here today.
Right now, though, trying to find some shots on here. And it was interesting, too, because we were praising them yesterday, how every single time they picked a target, they had 2 MK7s on it, and they were just raining shots down. And even though they weren't finding elims, they're always a couple hundred above Surge. And it just hasn't been the circumstance today. And I don't know whether it's one of them opting into a Ranger. They aren't necessarily getting the positioning they want, but it's going to be something that I'm definitely going to go back and VOD review, because it's been a big part of the reason that Bugha and Miro have been able to because they've been the ones who haven't been under Storm Surge pressure, whereas this team yesterday, who was doing phenomenal with it, just wasn't necessarily finding the same type of success. And right now we see right-hand side 258 below. That's the original line for the teams who are all the way underneath. It updates, and Spade and Chimp, they're doing fine as they hang out in the long grass and look for a little bit of an ambush themselves.
Now looking at Kanata and Acorn, Kanata steps up and gets hit several times, and instead of changing position, he peeks the same exact corner right there. You see what happens when you make that re-peek from the same angle. A little too comfortable with the fact that they have tons of heals inside the box. So now it looks like they went back to go ahead and pick up all that loot. Maybe they heard you talking at the back of their minds, thinking, yeah, maybe we should go pick up this loot, bring it with us. And they do just that. They bring it on up to the base, into the box. On over to D-Roll and Trashy, who are 177 damage below. Very pivotal moment right now that they find these tags, and they did not. So decision. Do you push? I mean, you kind of have to. They do have a vehicle.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of space here, and with 166 below, 50 seconds on the clock, you can go with rifle tags. The problem is, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, nobody is close to them. So if you don't get those rifle tags, you're just kind of stranded, right? You don't really get a lot of other options, and then you're forced to really start kind of digging in the utility, and here it goes. And this is what we talk about, man. Just like, park your car going straight out there. They will be able to get around the side. Couple seconds delay towards the side, and now here they go, heading straight towards it. Generally, you don't want to head straight towards a fight, but nobody was looking at them, so wasn't able to get the line. D-Roller going to go up, take the high ground, trying to isolate somebody out, but not finding targets in that time. Keeps ticking, and instead finds 2 players in a bush. A couple of huge tags, but not sure if we'd be able to get them quite above. We're going to wait for the update on the right-hand side. Looks like other people are getting tags as well, as they're falling farther below, despite getting tags in other places. Does get a knock there on the other side, but it looks like that was almost immediately picked up. And no, it wasn't a full knock. Now we'll just find the full knock, but the player was so low that it wasn't enough damage to put them above. They're still below. They'll open up. There's 2 other duos. Now there's 1 above. Shots coming from the side, and Monster, this is so tense.
This is so insane, because every team here, it looks like they need to find tags, and that's DJ and Yamza who are lurking behind there in the bush, making it a little bit more difficult for D-Roller and Trashy, who, again, gave up that high ground desperately to come down and find some tags. And look at this. They were 90 above, now 1 above. As things start to slip down and players get a little bit more active, there's a team under fire here. It's Cracked and Owl on the right, one of the few that do have that pressure. On the left, though, you see that Trashy and D-Roller holding on by a slither, as only 3 more players have to fall here.
Yeah, you can see that on the right-hand side, just below, trying to find the shot in there. It would have been enough to put it over, but unfortunately, Crack doesn't get it. But it down, Monster, it down is huge in that circumstance, but they get cleaned up, so it's just a little two late threats and users will be able to outlast that one. They'll also pick up the additional 6 points. And unfortunately, Trash D-Roller currently sitting in 8th place, still 9 below here.
Yeah, this is the real problem, is that they were one of the two teams, and another team does have to fall here unless they can find the tags, and luckily a player does fall in that brief moment there. And you know what? They have so many heals to work with because of the loot that was sitting here inside the base that it is going to be A-okay. Very rarely do we see a team come back like this, but no, a solo was sitting nearby. It was 20, and his teammates down in the box. He gets the full finish. In comes the next play, but 20 just had more inside the ammunition. That was almost all over. Luckily, D-Roller does manage to clutch up here, but it's going to cost him so much.
Yeah, great timing there from 20 to drop down, hearing the big pot go off, knowing the player would be tied in the action, and now we'll get a replay of some of the action we missed during the storm surge, and we'll see which teams ended up being impacted here as Redux had a car just go straight on, and it actually looks like he hopped into that car there, but unfortunately ends up getting taken down. Paper and Nosh pushing forward. They're going to find a pair themselves, able to get that knock, box it up, and then get the confirm. So it's going to feel pretty good as it puts them up above. And then as Nosh ends up getting edited down, going to find the second, just barely trading it up.
Here goes the full finishes. Have to catch up here. Man, that was a crazy set of engagements there, set of exchanges. A lot of teams falling naturally. Expected to happen. A few more fall. A lot lower. D-Roller stepping back into the storm here. Dipping into the city to go ahead and pick up Trashy. So they're back in the game. Now, mind you, there was plenty, and we mean plenty, of heals. But, uh-oh. This is a 5-tick. Oh,
yeah.
Good. It's
No,
not
this-
good.
This is gonna get real rough real fast. They have even with the chunkers at Whiplash. The one chili chug splash is gonna buy them an additional 4 seconds, but shots are already coming in. Trying to get it, but Smite and Larson have a direct line. Med miss from D-Roller while Trashy continues driving through. 1 HP in a dream. They're gonna get the metal builds up immediately. I think Trashy might have gotten knocked. Yep, there it is there as the update ends up coming through, but D-Roller will end up getting in the zone. However, the reason he ended up dipping back in was to reboot Trashy. So a little bit of tough math there to decide if you ended up getting a net gain in that regard to Smite and Larson with a nice little +3, and they know there's a solo right there.
They know he's weak as well, but they do know that's the player that at least has all the loot. As they can see from Trashy's loot, just a pistol drop. He didn't get much. He came down flying and tried to get as close to the zone as possible before getting picked up in the ride.
Take a look now. It's Cold Incentive picking up a couple of elims here, trying to get themselves back in the conversation with 2 games left. They're up into the top 10. A little bit of a slow start yesterday, but you know what they talk about momentum. Once you get that ball rolling downhill, it doesn't gather a lot of moss. Instead, just picking up points, getting bigger and bigger as they continue rolling and operating on the low ground where they like to be, a nice little expanded base around them. But I was just about to ask, how are our leaders doing? And the question is, 267 above in the second surge with 0 elim. So their storm surge routes are prime.
Nothing to worry about right now. Not this game. Probably not for any of the next ones as well, as they're getting themselves one step closer to an FNCS championship title here on the new chapter. Going to be one of the first to do it on NA East, but question remains if they can continue to stay consistent. For Smite, though, he's the clutch master here. Finds D-Roller, the solo. Loses Larson, though, unfortunately, because the lobby starts to look inwards. And now, although he is safe inside the zone, it seems like the team next door is desperate for tags as well. Have to be cautious that they don't just come pushing on in. Look at the loadout here. This is a big loadout for a player like Smite. Smite can do a lot with this.
Yeah, it does have the 7 minis there. Would hopefully like to find some chug splashes or a med miss, something to allow him to play in the zone so he has a little bit of room for error, but instead going to be relying on the legendary and the mythic loadout on that side, very up close and personal. A little bit lucky for him as he does pull a relatively close zone. He should be able to only use one of those web slingers to be able to get in. Renegade, as he clicks bottom right hand side of the screen, try to find a little bit of space here, wants to get the revive on today, and it will go off. He has the time, he should be able to stick it. Zone is going to start rotating for another 30 seconds. They have plenty of excess shields, but I don't see any white HP in his loadout. Not sure if there's some in Daze, so we're going to swing on over to Dukes and Jamper. And one thing, Monster, that's in common with all of these teams we've looked at, they're all on the top of the leaderboard, and they're all under a ton of pressure, except our current leaders, who are big chilling.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just a difference in positioning right now and overall tournament play. We did see Shadow in the perspective there too, so he is somewhere alive nearby Dukes and Jamper. But on screen though, Nets is well below the surge here. The one solo that is below the surge. Players are listening to this go down. False alarm. Nets though grabs the wall. Hold up. Okay. Locks up a player. Finds himself 3 points. Takes a launch pad and out he goes. It's just enough to stay alive. So fighting for his right now. On the other side, Dukes and Jamper doing what they can to just go ahead and keep a low profile, not attract attention here.
We also saw doing that little exchange. Spade ended up picking up an Elam in the feed, currently up on the high ground. Avery and Muzz, who've been quiet today, making it out of covert though. Quickly, we've talked about how so many duos are there. If they're able to kind of get running, get some points on the board, they might be able to leapfrog. But on our right-hand side, Monster, we've talked about it maybe being a chance, maybe being clutched up. We've looked at the exchange of points as we've looked at the total points going through. If Bugha and Miro pick up any amount of significant points here, it's over. It's done unless there is an absolute record-breaking performance. We could be looking at the Axe of Champions being handed out right now because they are leading in elims, they're leading in placement points, and they're just leading in overall style when it comes to how they've been playing this entire weekend here in the FNCS Finals for NA East.
Lot of review-worthy gameplay so far. By far the best team.
We must review this.
Yeah, absolutely. Need to update that. You being photo there, but hold up. Into the zone right now to try to get ahead, possibly look for the pad in, but Chip and Spade on the other side. 250 above the surge here. Zone starting to pull, favorite to their general location here. Plenty of mats to work with as well. Here's a team that can still get up there on the standings. Don't count him out just yet. Smite as well. Whoa, he's alive here. Flying his way across the map right now, just trying to stay in the runs. One more team falls, Smite will earn some placement points and then continue to earn placement points all the way through the very end. The Spade and Chip is on the very backside of the rotate right now. Chip almost close to sitting inside the storm line, but does sneak his way around, but no, Spade gets lost on the edge there. Now, Chip left as a solo here to play this one out. Pressure. Things just got a lot more difficult for him on high ground. Kanata and Acorn trying to go for the back-to-backs right now. Can they get another win is what they're playing for here.
They're trying to push themselves in the conversation. That's on the left side of your screen, but Bugha and Miro are still up, still hip to hip. Miro's taking a bunch of damage, so you can see that. Smite still solo, still running through. He picked up an Elam onto Pledge to get him a very key refresh. However, he's only on wood builds. That's in the bottom right-hand corner. We're gonna zoom in. He tries to put the heavy shotgun to work. Skeet shooting, but not gonna find those clay pigeons in the sky, not getting the tags he needs. As we still keep an eye on the top left-hand corner, Acorn and Kanata have been pushed out from the high ground. It's Qua and Magnolia who are gonna take it away, and they're raining shots down, but no eliminations for them. They need to start picking them up if they want to rocket up that leaderboard and get a little bit higher in that placement. But I mean, Monster, we got to focus on it because this could be the W right here as they're into the cascading placement points. Another top 20 performance. Miro, no excess white HP minus that pepper which he just popped in. They're running low on builds.
At this point, just give him a little moment. He might just find the siphon. They've managed to play out of their minds absurdly all the day here on high ground. It's a little battle going down, but Quan Magnolia don't have much shields to work with, so I don't know what they're thinking there, as they also don't even have ammo to work with. But Chimp as well is in a much different position here. He has to fall to low ground or sit in the storm and tank it out. Does it bounce back is the question. This is what he's hoping happens. It does, so he will be able to see just a-okay as things get a little bit closer. One more tick is all he's got here. Out he goes. Nicely done there. If that would have went any other way, that would have been game and Raptor. Instead, he gets to stay alive and earn a little bit more. These heals, very important. Smite's still alive. Smite is still alive here in the low ground. He's fighting. He takes out Day 2 and Oliver OG. Smite is going crazy here. Talk about a player who is clutching up to earn big points. Stay close inside this competition. That's Smite for you today. Chip doing the same thing, though, is now he's got his second elimination here for the team. So far, so good. But now, out of builds, what can they do here?
Yeah, but look who's still up on his feet. Booga might be down, but we talked about it. You eliminate one, you have to deal with the others. He drops in another 4 points over. He'll get taken out, but a top 6 performance from Booga and Miro. It has to feel like it's been enough, unless something ridiculous happens in game 12. They've played an absurd performance, but right now, trying to push themselves in contention for that second place spot. We have 6 and 8 still up. Comment on his Stretch, pushing down. That's the Yamso getting cleaned up with Stretch. Also gets picked up, so now it's Commodore trying to push his way through, looking for a little bit of space over towards the front side of the zone, but he is on absolute low. Gonna slam down the iron wall, trying to play some footsie around the outside, but the zone cuts off the space. He's able to tap and dance, and his number gets cut short. As Cold and Sent continue to try and rain shots down, we have a 2v1 v2, and that'll get picked up as PlayFi goes down, and now it's 2v2 match 11 here, Monster.
Definitely right now, 10 eliminations on a low ground. Big game for Tabney, but hold up, fight going up top. Looks like Death pushes up a little too soon, and Cold melts him 2 pieces there. Senta now with a follow-up. Here comes the full finish. Senta gets it. Nicely done. He leaves the body, though. Doesn't go for the siphon, so it's all or nothing right now. Big risk coming through his Tabney. Sneaking by. Also comes in. There goes the down body, but Scented was quick, and so was Cold, and in they come for the elimination and the victory royale.
Great presence of mind there from Cold to keep up the pressure, but we saw so many of the top duos continue to drop, but who yet again claims another top 10 performance, top 6, a couple of elims to him. Miro and Booga, I think it's done, Monster. I don't think, unless something utterly ridiculous happens. We'll take a look here of Sentin and Cold pick up their eliminations when all is said and done. But I mean, I think we're going to be giving those axes right on back to Booga and Miro.
Yeah, right now, that is the story. That's what it's looking like here, guys. Now, the only thing that can change this up is if Booga and Miro manage to get taken out very early, and the second and third place teams who have been keeping up with the pace, they're just a game behind, but that game has not been let up by Booga and Miro just yet. So, you know, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and that game is going to need to be a victory royale and a bunch of eliminations. But rather than have us speculate, let's kick it on over the desk. They'll break down the scenario, the leaderboard, and what we got. Gents, take it away.
Excellent, fellas. Thank you so much. Obviously, Cold and Scented there. They came, I think, game 8 today. 10 eliminations came second. Now, the victory royale in game 11 with 6 eliminations. Their performance today, Vivid, has been stellar.
Yeah, they've really shown up today. You know, not a solid, really anything before. We expected so much more out of Sentinel and Cold, and finally on day number 2, I feel like we are getting what we expected. They are playing so well today, and going into this last game, they are really putting a fight up for a high place in FNCS, and I am all for it. This is adding so much storyline to this FNCS as we close it up here, and I am just so excited to see what happens.
Yeah, we were talking about it. They still have a really good shot at top 5 after being nowhere near the top of the leaderboard heading into today. And you love to see this comeback, the story of Scented and Cold. Like you mentioned, Vivid, they were one of the best duos before FNCS, and then really seemed to stumble during this FNCS, but now coming on strong really late. And unfortunately, it's going to be a little short of Booga and Miro, but ultimately that's still a huge change of prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Sundown MDF alluded to it as well. You know, Booga and Miro, it looks like it's a done deal at this point. We'll look at the leaderboards in a second here, but again, Viv, SPG, the 1-2 combination of these two just seems unstoppable right now. And the fact that they don't seem to be challenged really at the top of the table right now. It's been consistently the entirety of today. They went to the top position yesterday after game 6. And they've retained it all day long here, Vivid. What's been the defining factor for you? Why are these guys at the top right now comparatively to anybody else in this?
Basically impossible to take out before the top 10. And we know that once you get into that top 10, it's just so many placement points, and that's where their consistency is coming from. We saw Booga right there go down in the end game, right? And we were sitting backstage, and I was like, oh, there goes Booga. And then, you know, SVG was joking, yeah, but Miro's still alive. And sure enough, you know, he finds another elimination. And it's just crazy how solo, they just do it again and again.
Yeah, it's incredible. And just the mid-ground play, forcing everyone off their lair. They own literally whatever they want in this lobby. It is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I mean, let's have a look at the leaderboard right now as it stands after game 11 with one game left here in NAE to go. That is game 12 coming your way. But as you can see right now, this is how it stands. Mira and Booga retain top spot. They are currently 69 points in the lead right now. Unless something crazy happens, like a team decides to contest them at Chonkers and change things up completely, can Spade and Chimp catch up here, Vivid?
Yeah, I mean, listen, 69 points behind. We know that a victory royale gives 32. That would have to be 10 plus eliminations. I just don't see that happening. But hey, anything is possible. And we've talked a little bit about how this top 5 is just so close. Look at this. 8th place, we have a Dan Clicks with 254. And then in 4th place, we have Acorn and Kanata 273. Really only a 19-point difference separates 8th and 4th right now. Anything can happen.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And everyone's essentially playing for 2nd place here. You know, when someone comes in like Miro and Booga just on fire, you got to tip your cap, but you still got to do the best that you can. And say from 8th to 2nd, like you said, Vivid, can make that play for that 2nd spot and really take over. This is going to be a close final battle here for these last few spots.
I mean, lads, all it's going to take, and it's totally possible here, is that Booga and Mira get 0 points, nothing at all in this next game, and then Chimp and Spade get 13 eliminations and a victory royale. I mean, Vivid, we're not asking too much here.
No, not at all, you know. But then, I don't know, that's just so hard to do. And we've seen them get plenty of elimination. You know, Chimp and Spade right now do have the 2nd most eliminations, but guess who they are behind? Booga and Mira, they have the most eliminations. So how are you going to take these guys out early in the endgame? It's just not possible. They're just so well-rounded.
Yeah, I don't know what's more likely, game or someone getting a 13 elim victory royale, because both seem very unlikely at this point.
Hey, but FNCS finals, you know, we say, boys, anything is possible, okay? Destiny would do its thing, all right? For you guys at home, though, do let us know if Booga and Mira are going to go all the way. To let us know who you think is going to come 2nd, 3rd, perhaps as well, because it's so tight, as we just saw there as well. You know, there's so many teams in contention, and every single one of those places, there's a big difference in prize pool earnings as well. So let us know. It's all to play for all of our teams in that top 10. Let's have a look at our game 12 right now, because the action awaits us. The very last game of FNCS finals here at NAE this season, Chapter 3, Season 1. Let's head over to MDF and a Sundown. Fellas, bring it home. Let's do it. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. One more match to go, Monster. If you were reading a novel, going and seeing a movie, all that, as far as I'm concerned, the big action scene has happened. We've seen the climax. We know how this all plays out. But what's left after that is the denouement, the falling action. Who places 2nd? Who's able to just check? That's what's on the line here in Game 12.
Yeah, absolutely. Life-changing opportunity on the line for players like Smite and Larson, Spade and Chimp, Acorn, Kanata. There's so many that are really in contention for 2nd and 3rd place. I mean, the list goes on to about top 10 or so. And there's a lot of new faces in there that would love to take home any of these top seeded spots. We're talking about so much tournament prizing that's on the line here.
Yeah, and there's all the clout and the notoriety that ends up coming with it, NAE being one of the largest and most competitive regions going through. But the stakes are on the table. Now we'll see who will clear it away in cash out as we head in to match.
It's been a long road to the FNCS finals, but here we are. The final game of NA East is underway here. Game number 12 in the last time today. For the last time NA East to date, players get to take to the Fortnite world. On screen, you're watching what will be your FNCS champions. Miro and Booga take to the world. Their drop spot Chonkers Speedway has just done them so well today, but more importantly, the strategy that they've managed to put into play has been review worthy. We've talked about you can learn so much from players that excel the way they have.
Yeah, the one thing I will note here is the one time they had a little bit of difficulty yesterday was on a very long bus path like this, where they had to fly farther, and the team who landed at Rocky was able to grab an MK7 and then shoot Booga out of the air. However, that quote-unquote struggle still ended up being one of their stronger games. So just noting the impact the bus path can have on the overall game as Booga checks his surroundings, tries to figure out where people are so he can rotate on in. And we'll just kind of get a look at their loot path as no one is anywhere remotely near them. And we'll flip on over to the other side. And when all is said and done over at the Grove, Rise and Agers will just barely edge out Nouns and Sprite 7-5. That was pretty close, Monster.
Yeah, at least they got to come out on top in the final game here. But overall, they threw away what could have been their tournament, all due to losing those 3 early game takeouts. But not to mention, last game we talked about how, you know, being out of the competition for those first couple games will offset you. You'll be cooled down. You don't have the hot fingers, and they don't pretty much weren't able to do much. They slipped even further down the ranking. So now they're in top 17. Can they pop off this game and reach a top 10? It's possible.
Yeah, so if you are watching at home, you're probably wondering, what do I care about as a viewer? Well, if Chimp and Spade go down, Booga and Miro win. If Booga and Miro get a point, Booga and Miro win. Honestly,
They threw away what could have been their tournament, all due to losing those 3 early game takeouts. But not to mention, last game we talked about how, you know, being out of the competition for those first couple games will offset you. You'll be cooled down. You don't have the hot fingers, and they don't pretty much weren't able to do much. They slipped even further down the ranking. So now they're in top 17. Can they pop off this game? It's possible.
yeah, so if you are watching at home, you're probably wondering, what do I care about as a viewer? Well, if Chimp and Spade go down, Booga and Miro win. If Booga and Miro get a point, Booga and Miro win. Honestly,
Hello, it's John C. Hello, it's John C. Hello, it's John C. Hello, it's John C.